we're live. Live from Here Today, Gone Tomorrow. This is the third show of the Illegally Parked Tour. The venue is named by Manofplate. Tour named by dugDbug. And hey to Jazz Hands is here, ETC Sim, Typo Queen Rosen, I'm Only a Big Child, Staffy, Wow Soda, I think the room is bugged, Media Makes Me Lose Bingo, Chuggy, GD Bell. Oh, and thank you, Big Child. Thank you for the fire blankets. Thank you so much. I'm slowly getting my safety procedures under. What am I trying to say? My safety taken care of as much as is possible. And Mr. Robert. Hey, Mr. Robert. Big Child has used similar fire blankets, one in your kitchen. Rose, have you updated your wish list? Yeah, not yet, just that. I don't know, I have to think about it, Rose. I don't know if I feel a little weird about putting, like, daily, just life things on. I feel a little weird about that. So I'm not sure. Hey, Calamity Vane. Doug says TP is a necessity, though. Right, but I feel a little weird about y'all buying it. Not because it's TP. I mean, it could be Kleenex or whatever, but just, I don't know. I guess it's what I feel weird about putting on a wish list is sort of things that are repeating. Although I do put hard drives on there, but those are directly related to the show, hard drives, Stab says, do you have a set of bowls, cups? Probably, yeah. Probably. Hey, Pete. Rose, we could save you money that way. Yeah, I don't know. It just... I'll have to think about it. Because we are stream parents, you are a kid. You have to make sure you have a clean tushy. Well, see, it's like I said, I didn't feel... Well, no one got it, so I ended up taking it off the wish list, but I was okay with the idea of people getting a toilet seat or a bucket, right? Because that's a one-time... I mean, I still would prefer not to put any of it up, frankly, but in a perfect world. But I would prefer to not need to ask for anything. And hopefully someday I will be in that position. Let's create it. There you go. Am I quiet? I think my voice is just getting turned down more and more. Did anything change? Did anything change? Check, check. Check, check. Okay, so it's that. So it's, well, yeah, we can turn up the gain a little. It's already up a lot. I think my voice, I think I'm just real quiet. That's a little louder, right? He says, put it back. Yes. Oh, no worries. Well, the thing is that I had it up there, no one got it, right? And then I realized I didn't need it. That's what happened. Because I went to, I went to the hardware store. I think I told you all this, and I thought I had this idea. Oh, I'll just get this foam that you put around pipes. Like, that'll be great. I'll just put it right around the edge. So I went, I grabbed a bucket at the hardware store and I experimented. I was like, yeah, this is fine. And then I thought, I haven't actually tried sitting on it without anything. And I sat on it. It was totally fine. I realized I don't need anything. Oh, now it's clipping. That's weird. It doesn't look like it's clipping. I wonder where yeah, it's not clipping anywhere in the signal chain that I can see. But I believe you. Is this a draft? No, it's the real deal. I was starting to clip. Okay, yeah. No. Oh man. How are y'all doing? What is it, Tuesday? Anything exciting? What's the temperature where you are? Oh, that's good to know. Well, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Well, that's a good thing to keep in mind. I mean, I'm sure there's some more things I could put on the... I mean, I have a few real expensive things that I'm probably just going to need to get. I wish Amazon had a thing where multiple people could go towards one thing. They don't have that, right? That would be nice. Because I have a few high dollar things I need to get left. The fridge and a fan. One thing I feel bad is I had someone got me I'm embarrassed. I'm forgetting who it was off the top of my head. Was it Mr. Robert? Did you? It was maybe, I think it was you, or maybe you got the fridge. Yeah, a microwave back when I was in the old studio. And when I moved, I just, I sold, I needed the money. I just sold everything that I didn't need here because there was already a microwave here. You did, Mr. Robert? Yeah, I had to sell it. All right, I just had no idea, it was awesome at the studio for however many years, and then, I sold it when I moved. And now I need it again. So it was a mistake to sell it. But it got, I was living out of that microwave for 2 years. All my, all my meals were in that microwave. He says, what if you put 6 things? Oh, good morning, welcome. I don't do reactions. Yeah, I don't. But you're welcome to send it to me as a DM on Discord, and I'll check it out and write you back or something. But I don't do it on stream. Muti says, Tine return. That is a clever idea, Muti. That's a very clever idea. I mean, I guess it's a different account. I'm pushing my luck. I just returned so many things to Amazon, like 15 things, 20, maybe 20 things. I'm on thin ice with them. Thin ice. Let's see. Man, it's how hot is it? There no thermometer in here to tell me how much I'm suffering. Oh, let's see. This is the Vans. What's team? We're exactly where we were. Yeah, no progress. I'm just waiting for the aluminum, and they still haven't shipped it yet. They said, I mean, they wrote to me on Friday because they didn't have one of the things I needed, and they were asking if I could substitute something. And I wrote them back, said, yes, substitute this. It wasn't ideal, but, you know. And I said, when are you going to ship? They said sometime this week. But then the inverter has had 3 shipping exceptions. So it's still not arrived. Oh, I should check. Maybe, well, I'll find out if there's been another one. Every day they, FedEx tries after business hours. And I literally called this dealer. I said, do you ever get FedEx shipments? Because it's 3 days. Well, let's see if it's finally arrived. Delivered, yes. Finally delivered. Oh, good. Okay. Well, so now hopefully they'll get that back to me. You know, well, it's good, 7 days or however many days. So I mean, I don't know. I can't say that I'm accomplishing a ton right now in general, but I've been focusing on life things I have to deal with. Starting to figure out, going through a lot of stuff, trying to sell as much as I can, get stuff prepared to sell. Stavis is going to try to recreate. So don't approve it? Sure. I mean, off the top of my head, I don't think Tubi really knows that it's a submitted name. Tubi doesn't really know what it is until I approve it. I think. My memory is that that's how it works. Because I'm pretty sure. Because Tubi periodically shows me things that I have to do, but it's just showing me chat messages. And then custom buttons appear depending on what the chat message is. So if it's a sound name, but we can try. I don't think it knows, but I've been wrong before, and I will definitely be wrong many, many, many times again in my future life. Especially concerning code that I probably haven't looked at in 3 or 4 years. What are we doing? I never thought I'd be Googling this. I was having to Google how to take off a security tag. Because I got these pants. Y'all seen them. I've worn them in most of the Tommy Pneumatic videos. I got these pants that you take the legs off, they become shorts, right? So that's just, I thought this is a smart thing to do, right? Get pants that can be both. It's more efficient, you know. in a van, everything has to be able to do two things. So your pants have to also be shorts. Anyway, I finally realized, that both pant legs were missing the pullers on the zippers. And so I reached out to the company, and they said, yeah, they'll replace it. So they sent me a replacement. Fortunately, they'll do it they'll do it even though I've worn them. Because I didn't realize until, and they sent me these replacement pants, and they had the security locks on them. I guess it was from a retail store they shipped it. I don't know. So I was having to Google how to. And at first I was reading that a lot of these have ink in them, right? I didn't even consider that there's ink. So then I was like, what am I going to do? I don't want to. I get real frustrated when I have to repeat something, do a deal with another return, and but I did a little more research, and these ones did not have ink. So it ended up being real easy. Just had to sort of jam a screwdriver and twist it. So that was my exciting event today, was breaking and entering. Let's see, milestones. ETC Sim's 5th song and BigChild's 600th request. Oh, we got Calamity Vane's name to sound Glass Ghosts. Oh, ETC Sim. Oh, no, this already happened. Oh, did I play this? Yeah, I played that. Muty named it ETC Sim. Muty says, more important, were you good at it? Could it be a career move? I figured out how to do it. At first I was like, this is going to be, I can, and then I realized I had access to a, what are those called? Vice. And that made it super easy, because then I could lock it in place. I should have held on to it. I threw it away. Then I locked it in place, and then it's plastic, so it was easy to break. But when you have no leverage, trying to, without damaging the pants. But apparently they use magnets too, but I didn't have access to a strong magnet. Big Chalice, I once ordered an oven stove combination on AMZ where knobs were loose. They exchanged it with one that had exactly the same issue. Oh yeah, that reminds me of another thing. Big Chalice, yeah, that's no fun when that happens. Yeah, I've gotten 3 outlets now for this. For my shore power to plug the van into electrical, right? And 3 times, including a replacement from the manufacturer. I returned one to Amazon, and then the second one I just reached out to the manufacturer. They sent me a full replacement. Every one the exact same issue. It doesn't latch all the way. It has a special connector. So at this point, I think I'm going to just shave it down so that it'll, that just the plastic, they just designed it wrong. It doesn't. When you have 3 or even 2, right? 2 in a row like you experience, the odds of that, right? Unless there's an actual flaw across there, it's just the odds are so low. Yeah. I went to the dentist today. That was a thing. I got decent grades, except for right in the front. I guess I need to be more, just improve my skills. just not getting the toothbrush where it needs to go. As I think, I mean, the dentist, it's this extra money, right? It's hard to spend that money, but I know a lot of people who've just never been to the dentist. So it sort of makes me wonder, is this a conspiracy? Have I subjected myself to this conspiracy just to rob me of money? You know? Or are all these people walking around with teeth that are about to rot off? They just don't know it yet. Because his wrong designer had to replace part that of mine, thought it would be fine, didn't do a double check and sent it to production, yeah. But there's some people with horrible teeth, they definitely need the dentist. Because I bet I bought my dentist's car with my skating lifestyle. Because I haven't seen a dentist in a while, true story, yeah. It's pretty common, especially adults, or just some, I think, it's just for whatever reason, my mother was always very concerned about teeth, dentistry and all that. So I just feel like growing up, we had regular dentist appointments. And I think there was probably a stretch in my 20s where I sort of forgot about it, But it's just been ingrained in my head, that it's just something you have to do. I get a physical every couple of years, go to the dentist. I mean, I even have dental insurance. It's not much. I mean, dental insurance basically pays for itself. It pays for the cleanings. You almost break even. So if you're going to go to the dentist, it's usually worth it to get dental insurance. Besides, I should have it a little more regular, although I have quite teeth, but it's not free. Oh, yes, I know. That's why they want you to come every 6 months, and that's where I draw the line. I'll make the 6-month appointment, and I won't actually come for a year, or a year and a half. I mean, if you don't eat sugar, I think if you don't eat sugar, and especially if you don't eat sugar, but if you brush regularly and floss, you probably are fine, right? I mean, yeah, with the dentist, it's when it comes down to that 6-month appointment, if I'm being totally honest with y'all, I don't know if I think it's more the annoyance of having to take the time to go to the appointment, if I'm being honest. I mean, the money is painful too, but time is even more precious to me. When you combine the two, man, that's a great disincentive. Something that costs money and takes time, oh, I don't want to do it. Okay, let's see. Cut to talking full, okay. Besides, friends who are dentists both said as long as your teeth are fine and stable, once every year, even 2 years is enough. Yeah. They also said don't tell everyone. Yeah. Yeah. Drum kit. I'm grateful my brother took it and got a lot of the dental issues, nothing for me. Literally never even had a cavity. Yeah, you're lucky. You could film a historical film and they wouldn't have to do special effects on your teeth. I would have to get special effects on my teeth to hide the cavities I've had put in. I haven't had a cavity filled though in a long time. I mean, at least 20 years. But I did not really floss much in my 20s, or was it teens? I don't know what it was. as a kid at some point. So I got a few cavities just in the tops of my teeth when I was a kid, and then I got cavities in between my teeth later as a young adult, I think. Oh, hey Jerry, thanks for listening. Mees has ever lost a tooth? Yes, I have. Mees says, I once had a gap in my front teeth because it went hanging out with the sidewalk. Best smile I ever had, to be honest. So much character. Yeah, when I was 4 years old, I thought I was Superman, and I dived off a coffee table. And I think I was 4. It was baby teeth. I was lucky. Knocked out my 2 front teeth. Yeah. I don't have much memory of that, but... And then as a teenager, I got my wisdom teeth removed. That was not that bad. It's not that bad, actually. If I have to get surgery again, given the choice, I think I would have surgery on a tooth as opposed to some other part of my body. He who mustn't be named. That kick is really loud. It's too loud in my brain. Or do I have a headache? What's going on? There's our first beat then. Chuggy. Actually, no, I like how it was. Okay. Got our beats. Check out these sounds. Pretty freaking great. He says, did you pass out? Wouldn't it be a mind bender if you were dreaming all this and you're still in your Superman jammies? Best thing ever was all a dream. What if that's what death is? What if death is just waking up in another life and going, oh, that was just a dream. And then you forget about it because it's early in the morning, it's in the morning. And then just in an instant, your whole life, it's gone. And then, some between 1 second and 80 years later, it happens again, you die, you wake up, oh, it's just a dream in another life. Xenomusical hierarchy. Visual zones, a heaven's universe. Dolly Parton of curtains. Victoria kicked it old school, 1880s style. Mango and marmots. Because I truly believe that's what death is. We die every second, every day, every year, in every infinitely way possible. Our brain can't fathom the infinite part of it, that's all. Who says what you know today, you knew yesterday. If today is you knowing what you need to know today, there's no tomorrow either. Deal with it. Oh, demo your sound, sure, Steph. Yeah, XJI. Oh, and Rosen, I did thank you for your DM. With the artwork, I did see it. I haven't had a chance, obviously, to respond, but yeah, I will soon. Thank you. Well, that's not it. That's not it. This is it. Oh, yeah. That happened because it's not a bug per se. It's actually doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Although it appears like a bug. I guess the venue poll didn't technically end, and so the way that I had some reason at some point I wanted to be able to have multiple polls going concurrently. I don't remember why. Or I wanted to protect against the possibility of multiple. I don't know what it was. But anyway, the venue poll was using numbers 1 through 3. And so when this poll started to be created, it said, hey, what numbers are available? And 1, 2, 3 were not available. So I got it. And the reason the venue poll is still open is because I accidentally ended it just as the show started. And so I started again, but I apparently didn't start it in the right way. So I did something wrong. Back we had trivia in chat. I also had it set up where you could vote with letters, right? Or was that with the game show? I forget. Let's end this Poe. Oh, and thank you, Blue. 65 months. Says officially a senior citizen now. Can I get it cheap everywhere, right? Oh, Big Child, did you get a big secret word? Oh, welcome to Mr. Unreasonable. Here we go. Time to incinerate. tightrope, an edge. You never truly felt alive till you're right on that ledge. Thanks for those cows. Why is that not working? Oh yeah, I cannot hear background music if it's happening. With the way I had to change things temporarily. But, so if something weird is happening, I won't know. Once we're in the van, I'll be able to hear it again. I used to be able to hear it. Doug's is lucky. Oh, it's ETC, sim name sound catcher in the rye with the sound code. Staffy name sound whispers of the grave. And leave unapproved, please. Oh, should I still leave it unapproved? Did you say you said to approve it, right? Oh, I did the grave one. Okay. Okay. Why is this happening? There we go. Music can't stop starting at the clamp. Oh yeah, I don't know if does that even need to be there? Well, I guess it makes the upper part not move, I think. Hey, whoa. Hey, Chilsey. Chilsey took my breath away. How are you doing? Okay, titles. When I use the title from Jazz Hands as a lyric on the edge of a razor blade. Joe says, hydrate then. I wish that was... My voice is just slowly disappearing. I'm hydrating a lot, it's just... I think all of my tension and stress is right in here. There on my shoulder, but mainly in here. Let's see. I think the room is bug 0 or nothing. Jazz hands with spiral eyes. Mr. Unreasonable Vision of Pie. And Muty Fraction Replay. Means maybe do more shows. Bet you talk to nobody when you're in a van and don't sing. But all you do is scream like a metal god. As an aluminium god. Let's see. He says, check code on ENT. I'm almost certain. I mean, it's like the issue is it's like if it's a little bit like a broken speaker, you know. That's not a good example. I am just not putting much oxygen through my vocal cords, so you're mostly hearing the grit. If I were able to speak a lot louder, like I used to, you wouldn't hear the grit as much. Oh, and Ammons is here. me shout out some other titles. Hey, Koa. Jazz says, why can't you speak? I mean, it's not really. I mean, I'm being serious. I really think it's stress. I think it's just, that's just how I carry stress. It's reflecting it reflects how I feel. Let's see. But what Pete is saying is probably right. I mean, it could be, I could be doing permanent damage because of it. Let's see. Some other titles. Muty with, how did math come up? How did that happen? Comfortably number. Rosa with power outage. Big Child divided by 0, and I liked it. Staffy, fictional factorial. I think the room was bugged. Denominations. Jazz hands. Never ender. Oh, it's because I still didn't end that other poll. Let's see. Yeah, it's good to see you, Ko. It's been a while. What's happening? Yes, it's favorite. Roll your shoulders. Okay, let's end this poll. Because it's stressful times, health and job hunting. Oh yeah, that's a lot to deal with. Fraction replay. Media's named it fraction replay. Yeah, the numbers should be back to normal in the next. Oh, and Trisco Kid is here. Trisco, did you ever miss your old voice? No. I mean, no. I mean, I appreciate that my voice is changing, because I feel like musically not a lot of other things have been changing, so I think if I were to lose my voice completely, I'd be bummed about that, but I don't think it's permanent. So maybe because I don't think it's permanent, I don't mind that much. So does 150th drum loop. Cause just bummed. Well, again, I would be not happy if I lost it. Yeah. But I mean, I feel like I do pretty well in life when I have to accept something that I cannot change. Where I do not do well in life is accepting things that I might be able to change, if that makes sense. That's where I struggle. Let's see. Because if you lost your voice, saxophone? Yeah, saxophone. I think for me, saxophone is the most voice-like. Yeah, it's the closest to the voice. 150th drum loop. More soda. Driscoll Kid says reed instruments, that's why. He says still soprano. Soprano will always be my favorite. Yeah, but if I were going to be a sax player, I would I'd probably play all of them, you know. But I mean, my favorite saxophone player mainly played alto, but he also played soprano, but he mainly played alto, which is Cannibal Adderley. Let's see. Drum kit, Chromatic Wonder. There we go. Okay, do this one first. A, B, C, D, C, D, C, C, B, B, A, A. Oh, no, these move up on this kid. That's right. So first beat, then soda. Boo says, who put my password in the drum generator again? There we go. Got our beats. Oh, this is maybe a silence retreat. Well, I barely talk. I barely make any sound. That's part of the problem, I think. Let's see. First sound. Remember to use the modulation wheel. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Doug. Thank you. Doug says, with a big donation, says, times is tough, but I can't be selfish. Got to throw a little something in the collection play once in a while. Thank you so much, Doug. I'm sorry that times are tough. And you wrote, but I can't be selfish. You need to be. If times are tough, though, you should be selfish. But thank you so much. Thank you, Doug. Honor for Doug. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Doug. Namaste. Yeah. Did we get a lot of honor for Doug? Good. This is for challenge. You could chat, unlock a vow of silence, and another unlock to make you talk again. Either it could work out great or could end really quietly. Digital bad. Dirty zap. Dos equi. Am I saying that right? Will Grump join in the van? Maybe. I mean, Grump is flat. Doesn't take up a lot of space. Oh, good. Our numbers are back. Rose, I thought if you got craft foam, the flat sheets. Yeah, that's a possibility. I'll have to price it, see how much it would be. Oh, Pierre's here. Hey, Pierre. ETC Zim. Okay, yeah, Rosen, I'll look it up, yeah. He says, can we mount the roads on the dashboard? Oh, I said it. You got me. You got me. What was it I give? Well, I can't remember. So I give $1, right? When I was playing on that last song, another of the keys, a really important key stopped working on the Tine piano, there's now two very well. This is right in the middle of the keyboard. This B flat here hasn't worked in like 2 years, but this A flat up here stopped working. I just haven't had time to fix it. I just work. Well, it just makes for interesting things, you know. And just, it's like my voice going. It's like you expect it to go, you know. I don't know. Let's see. It would still be nice to have them fixed someday, but certainly not going to worry about it now. Okay. Here we go. Time to accelerate. It looks like someone unlocked a trip, but Tubi's voice is not working, it looks like. I'll read what Tubi was supposed to say. I'm not going to do Tubi's voice though. Wowzers! I'm here at the famous Shorten's bullpen in realistic Nanjing, China. I had some chocolate-covered pureed Starburst candies for breakfast, and now I'm jumping around on this beach. Later today, I'm going to blow a dandelion towards Will Arnett. Tubi, we're both losing our voice. What's going on? What's happening, Tubi? You can't answer back, though. What? Can y'all remind me that make sure that the things are recording? I'm having a problem with my audio recording. If you just do 2 viewers or one follow 4 stream with 2 viewers somewhere. I don't know if I have full screen Tubi. Oh, Jerry, your kids are watching. Hey, Jerry's kids. They're suggesting tiles. Awesome. Just staring at my steps. I can't remember what I'm supposed to do. He says, oh no, we have to mind our language. Well, there's already a kid here, right? You should have already been minding. Let's see. Just if y'all are wondering, if you meet me in real life, say whatever you want. I don't care. I have no problem with people cursing around me. I just made a decision early on in the history of our show that I felt like it would encourage a more positive atmosphere. Huge mistake, right? Let's see. Fears we're always positive, etc. Crump, yeah. Well, that song was theoretically in '75, but I definitely did double time almost the whole song. I've said cuss words, Rosen? I've said the PG-13 or PG cuss words, right? I don't say any of the big ones. You know, but I think only a few people in the world have heard me say the big ones. Only, I mean, because I don't really curse in normal. I curse by myself. I don't really curse around with the people, but by myself I do. I didn't use when I was younger. I made up my own curse words, and I think I aspire to to do that again. But I fell into saying the real words. Not often, fortunately, but. Because when I say them, it's usually not a happy situation. Let's see, titles. Beauty says, can someone who can do math explain why positive Positive streamer, was it equals negative bank count and negative streamer equals positive? Jazz says, I'm not trying to convince you to curse, but I'm just saying that cursing and being positive are not polar opposites. I think there's plenty of exceptions to that, for sure. There are lots of positive people who curse a lot. But I think if you look at the word itself, cursing, it is a negative thing. It's not, there are definitely people that can take negatives and make them positive, for sure. And the way you say it in the context, but at its root, cursing I don't think there have been too many times where people say, thank you for cursing me. I don't think that's common. But I think, the thing is that cursing has become so, we're so used to it. I'm used to it too. I've lived a life. I'm around everything. I've been around everything, that it doesn't sound like anything unless the emotion behind it is negative, right? If someone's just telling a story and that's their style to throw in all these, curse words, and it's a funny or a happy story, right? You don't notice it at all. But when someone curses and they're angry, you hear that. Okay, titles, let's see. I really tried to sing in there. I had this ambitious melody, and I tried. I did my best with the tools I have to work with right now. Let's see. Titles. I'm not putting this up, but I saw Muty's Lost My Inner Voice. That's good. Let's see. Staffy, make our own maps. JerryBanfield, Starry Skies. Koa, I wish I was your dynamite. And Jerry said, I've chosen to not curse on my stream too recently, and for most of the time I tried, it didn't help, made the show worse. Well, I think for a lot of people it helps. It's just energy, right? I think it can be really energizing. So I could see, I think on Tommy Nomadic I don't feel quite as, I feel different about it. So I could see potentially having a character that curses, maybe. But yeah, it can be. Let's see, Rosen. Wait, did I do everyone? Oh yeah. Rosen, ready for life. Hey, Manofplate. Oh, Jerry's daughter suggested Starry Skies. Awesome. Great suggestion. Because I know people, when they start ranting and cursing, they make my day. LOL, so funny. What is it you said? I feel like, what have I said? What have I possibly said? I'll say these parenthetically. See, it's different. You're not actually cursing if you say it parenthetically, right? I can't think of... I actually can't think of anything I would have said. Was it not parenthetical? Maybe it was parenthetical. I mean, I'm sure you're right, and I'm just forgetting, but... Did I say something like the Badgers created a dam that blocked the river? Does that count? Wait, is it Badgers or Beavers? Which are the ones that... Beavers, right? What's the difference? What's the difference between a badger and a beaver? Is beavers that do the dams? I think they're fascinating. The dams that they... man. I saw an article somewhere where they're talking about how there's they're talking about this farmer and how his father was on a lifelong quest to just decimate beavers, get rid of all of them, with dynamite and all sorts of stuff. But this next generation has actually just realized that although they can create problems, I forget what was the explanation, but basically there was a lot of benefit to a lot of what beavers do. The flooding is annoying, but more than annoying, right? But the way in which, I think what was something about, they keep more water in the area, which is really good if you need water, right? Versus just letting it. So when water is scarce, I think that's what they were saying. Should have read it more carefully, so I could say something halfway intelligent about it. Garlic presses to another beaver or badger, there's a big difference. Jazz hands, that's a good one. I used a couple titles from Rosen as lyrics: driving the streets of life and heading back to the city. And I took exploding from Pierre's Exploding Dinosaurs. Oh, Mr. Robert. Thank you, Mr. Robert. 65 months. Thank you so much. And Big Child gifted a sub to Koa. Thank you. 42nd gifted sub. And Muty gave a sub to Mr. Unreasonable. 668th. Oh, and Nerve Termer. Hey, Nerve Termer. 17 months sub, so I'm positive I still enjoy the vibes after all this time. Oh, thank you. Awesome having you here. I think you're wrong, Rosen. I think you misheard me, Rosen. I don't think I said that. I can't imagine myself saying that. I think you misheard me. Yeah. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Oh, Ko has a sound? What was on the first song? Oh, it was Melodica and Tine piano. Yeah, I don't know. You'll have to send me a link to the time. I don't think I did, Rosen. I just can't. That's just not one of the ones I would use. It's not one of my. It's just not. Yeah, that's not me at all. The only unless. Unless the only thing I could think of is that I started a rhyme at like, you know, like I'm gonna build this house out of brick, and then I started to say something else, and I realized that, oh, people are gonna expect this word. That's not what I was going for, and I trailed off. Because I'm not that skilled at improv lyrics yet. Because I did a bad, it was Doug, Barney, Google gonna ruin this. Doug Goose turned out so good. Something about Google doing jobs on wine or something. It was behind the scenes. You were working on the sci-fi story behind the scenes. I didn't know I did a behind the scenes. I think you missed. I can't imagine. If it's the one that rhymes with brick, which is not that bad actually, but I don't say that. It's not in my. Okay, titles. He says, can you share some of the abbreviations? I mean, I have no problem with other people doing it, because I think other people, everyone has their own reasons for why they are the way, and I just happen to have spent a lot of time thinking about it and come to certain conclusions about curse words. Right, for myself, there's three kinds of curse words. I've talked about this on stream before. There's three kinds. Almost every single curse word fits into these three categories. There's scatological, there's religious, sacrilegious, essentially, or sexual. Right, those are the three categories. Almost every single curse word you will find will go into those three things. And there, it makes sense. There's three things that are ways in which humans are transgressive, right? But for me, it's the scatological is just sort of silly. The religious, even though I don't really identify with it, it's still, I don't feel like going out of my way to intentionally be disrespectful to something that's important to somebody else. Even though many of the people who use religious-based cursing are very religious, right? And then the sexual thing, I don't like, because That one I especially don't like because I think that even though there's plenty of examples where curse words mean nothing, cursing still at its root, it is originates out of an act. It's verbal violence. And again, I'm not equating physical violence as being equivalent at all, but it's used. It comes out of situations that are where violence could happen, right? When someone gets angry enough, and I know there's many times, and I have lots of friends, lots of people who curse all the time, and it means nothing, right? But still, where does cursing come from? And so I really don't like the conflation of sort of verbal violence and sexual words because of the terrible history of sexual violence. And again, this is just a personal thing. I don't judge anyone else. And there's some words we use that I started using as a kid. I didn't even know it was sexually related, right? And you'll hear me say them sometimes because it's sort of part of my. But I prefer not to say them. But I haven't been able to totally rid them from my vocabulary. But again, that's just my own thing, and I don't judge anyone else at all. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. I mean, it bothers me if someone's angry, right? But I'd be bothered even if they didn't say those words, if they're angry, But anyway, enough of that. With wit. That's also one I don't say. It's just unlikely. If anything, I would have said, yeah, I don't know, maybe. I think it's just unlikely. But like I said, I have cursed before by myself. And again, there's only 3 categories of curse words, so I will have used one of those. Something from those categories. But I would personally prefer that I not do that. And I rarely do it. And if I were writing a story or improvise, all of those words are on the table, right? In the context of fiction, for me, they're all on the table. Because I think you can't tell a story, really, if you're unable to let go of your own ego and have people that have their own way of living, right? You can't assert, when you're a storyteller, you can't force these characters to behave the way you behave, or they're all going to be the same and boring, right? So, yeah. Okay, enough me rambling. Because I use every word from A to Z, and if I'm having a bad day, I might even use numbers and symbols to color my vocabulary. But I can tone it down to an extent when someone is uncomfy, but I don't like violent cursing either, especially if it's bigotry or bullying. Oh, that's the 4th one. I forgot about it. That's sort of the 4th one, right? Is cursing that's basically racial or cultural slurs, which I guess I put, which is also right there problematic. Did I? Okay. I can't. Did I thank you? I think I acknowledged your comment, ETC Sim. Did I? But if I didn't, thank you again. Okay. But just again, let me make very clear that I have no problem outside of the context of this show, if I were to ever meet any of you in person, you don't need to censor yourself at all. I really don't. Doesn't bother me at all. I'm not some innocent, cloistered, what's the word I want? Protected. It's not the word. What's the equivalent? Oh, I was gonna say debutante, but that's not. I mean, I know what a debutante is, but it's not the equivalent. You know? I think I will say one last thing about this is that I think one of the problems in our world is this idea that you cannot, the only way, if you truly believe something, then you have to want everyone else to believe it as well. And I feel strongly against that idea. I think that's a terrible idea, and it causes so many problems in our world. I think we can be passionate and in believing something and wanting to live a certain way, and being okay with other people not doing that does not make us ourselves any less passionate or believing in whatever we're doing or whatever it is we care about, you know. And in that same regard, again, we shouldn't doubt ourselves if other people don't agree. I think it's worth, if someone doesn't agree, it's worth hearing them, right? It's worth considering them because it's worth, maybe sometimes something we care about deeply, once we have more information, will change our mind, and that's good. You know, don't want to be stubborn just to be stubborn. But on the other hand, sometimes I think counter opinions can strengthen our own opinion, and that's good. If what we believe is right for us. Let's see. Okay, let's end this. Oh, that's really interesting, Koa. Go to the crow's nest was a punishment the captain would issue bad behaved sailors because up there you get seasick. That's really interesting. Wow. Because can I add to that? The words are just tools. It's the same as a hammer. You could build lovely bridges that hurt somebody. Not everyone is good at using tools. Richard Pryor, master of the hammer. Right. And I've talked before, Richard Pryor is my favorite comedian of all time. And Richard Pryor likes to season his comedy with a extensive assortment of spicy curses. And Jerry is your daughter, right? Named it Jerry, Starry Skies. Okay. Oh, and I need to play, and I gotta start recording. I didn't record the first two songs. I mean, they got recorded, but they didn't get the high quality audio recording. There it is. Okay. Let's do these demos. I think the room was bugged. Gave this sound a Koa MRM. Oops. Talking to you had one job, Tubi. And then, oh, Doug is a new sound. HYL. That's interesting. And dog is named Hasta-Yalista. Rose says, if you worked a bit on Tommy Pneumatic, you're not going to like my answer. I opened it up yesterday. I opened up episode 8, ostensibly to work on it. And I thought it was all garbage. Yeah. So, I don't think it's very good, but it's not garbage. But that told me the fact that the way I was responding to it, I was like, I'm not in the right mood, clearly, to work. I don't have it in me to do this right now. So I closed it back up. I mean, I had a lot of issues filming that episode, which is part of why it never hasn't gotten released. There were the insane bugs, which I have footage of. It's ridiculous, the bugs. I mean, it's just it's a swarm. So it really messed up a lot of the filming, and so there's things I have to film again, and that always frustrates me. And now it's like a month ago, so it just feels like 50 years ago. It's hard for me to get excited about the past, and it just feels like the past. So I don't know. I think when I'm feeling a little better, I'll be okay and I'll finish it. He says, I got news for you from your future self. Anything you make in the past is garbage. It's the curse of being creative. I know, for sure. But I think it's that I would prefer working on something that's new. That in the moment, when I'm actively making it, I don't really feel like it's garbage. Because I'm just not thinking about it. I mean, if I had to stop and step back, I would probably say I don't like it. But yeah, in the moment. But yeah, I don't feel very creative right now. I'm just, it's just, or inspired, I should say. And there's so many other things that are probably more important that I need to do anyway. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense to if it's not going to happen easily, just I have other things that are more important right now. Roses will be a lost episode. I don't think so. We'll see. I mean, we'll see. I'm sure part of it will be released. But thank you so much, Jerry. Thank you. Yeah, and that's awesome. Your kids like it too, and your daughter was and your daughter's now named a song. That's awesome. So exciting. Oh, thanks, Koa. I've said it before. I've talked about this many times. I mean, I think one of my, I guess, I think, most sort of things that fall into sort of mental health category, most of them have, you know, positives and negatives to things, right? There's positive and negatives. And, and a lot of people are able to manage the negatives and take advantage of the positives, but sometimes it's not. You can't. And you just have to sort of essentially give up both because the negatives are so bad. But one of my positives negatives is I have this ability to be relentlessly focused and single-minded about one thing and work. For me, working 16 hours, if I am focused on one thing, is not hard at all, right? But the downside of being able to do that is I'm really not good. I have an enormous challenge when I have to do lots of different things, lots of small tasks. That is not good for me. It's a struggle. So that's sort of what, I mean, right now I'm having to deal with all these different things, trying to get ready for the van, and so I don't feel like I can really get into my zone, you know? And so, yeah. So I'm looking forward to being able to get back into the zone. Desperately looking forward to that. But that's why it's very hard for me to do the Tommy Pneumatic and just think about much of anything else, because I just got to get through this, and then so I can just get in the open road metaphorically, right, where I can just focus on doing creative stuff again. Let's see, drum kit. Pieces. I recently come across someone on YouTube who finally explained a working structure for people who think like you do and I do. Yeah. Like, it's like for me, when I have like 10 different tasks or 15 different tasks, let's say that they're only going to take 2 hours. That is exhausting. But one task for 16 hours, I could do that every day, you know? So. Van, is it done? Yeah, not yet. Oh, we're gonna do 4 on the floor. Let's just get, okay, we're doing 4 on the floor. Pete, was there anything you remember from the YouTube about how they explain that working structure? Yeah, I did, Rosen, because we're doing Doug requested 4 on the floor, so um I'm well, you're right, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, I should just make new beats with no kicks. Rosen's keeping me true to the spirit. Okay, there we go. Oh, these have to move up. On On this kit, things always, there's a lot of kits now, these newer kits say everything has to move up one slot. His first beat. And Miss Robert. Okay, got our beats. Jay says, loving these beats, makes me want to break out some glow sticks. Of course, I'd have to go buy some first. We talk about Burning Man recently, I think, but is anyone in chat? Has anyone in chat been to Burning Man? I've had a lot of friends go to it. I've never gone, and I don't know that I'll ever want to go. But I do enjoy some of the photos from it. Gas bubble pop. I might go to, I should just go out there by myself. That sounds much nicer. I should go to what's it called? Something Rock City. What are they? Black Rock City, I think, right? I should go there. So it's on a Bureau of Land Management land, I believe, which is what a lot of van life people just live on, right? So I could, but that's a place you don't want to break down in. Man, it is in the absolute middle, just on these. Oh man, nobody's around. That'd be scary. That's what the satellites are for, I guess. Indonesian gamelan. Raving zebra gathering. Oh, wait a... Thank you, Jerry. Thank you for the cheer. Thank you. Rex Kwando. What I was talking about before about the tasks. The funny thing is that if it's something I want to do, then I can do, it doesn't feel like doing multiple, if they're related to each other, it doesn't feel like I'm doing as many things, if that makes sense. But if I don't want to do them, and it's a lot of tasks, oh man. It's like I'd rather pull out my teeth. Okay. Because I love working on LBR, but I dislike working on my contract work. Stuff I do in LBR goes super fast. The other things not so fast. Yeah. Yeah. OC Iron's here. 49-month sub. Thank you. Oh, Doug had the BPM range as well. You probably wanted that for your 4 on the floor. But hopefully this is acceptable. But we'll do your BPM range on the next track. Sorry about that. He says there's a Dutch thing called Zwarte Cross, kind of like Burning Man, but all Dutch. It's a pun of Black Cross. It's all metal and a lot of mud. I've been there a few times, like the motocross and big-bellied rock dudes. Can we go to a festival with a van? Tell Koa about it. Oh yeah, Koa. Yeah. I thought I was hoping to be starting to do shows beginning of this month in the van, but have had some technical problems. But I'm barring more technical problems. We should be fully in the van, not just doing shows, but living out of the van by October. But I could see going to some festivals, maybe, yeah. Getting some speakers and just doing some shows right outside the van in the parking lot scenes, you know. Or is it like you have a certain amount of energy to do things? Well, see, that's why our brains are so interesting, right? Because I have been so low energy and exhausted for months, many months. But if tomorrow I woke up and I could just play music all day or just tell stories, I'd have a nuclear reactor inside of myself instantly. Right? Which is just it's ridiculous, right? I have a nuclear reactor right now. I mean, what's the difference, right? But, man, I'm sure y'all can relate to that, right? The energy we have is directly related to what the energy is to be used for. Isn't it? But physiologically, what's the difference? There's no difference. The body doesn't care what we're doing. It just shows how much this up here is manipulatable. If we can figure out our own brains how to manipulate ourselves into having the same level of energy for the things we really, really don't want to do. Bax with 32 months. Thank you, Bax. Let's end this poll. He says there are plenty of people on festivals interested in these things still come out of Twitch. Yeah, that's the idea. I would stream. Yeah, I would stream it. Yeah. So maybe next summer. I think I'm going to mainly be alone in the desert by myself. That's what alone means, right? I'm going to be alone in the desert by myself. Solitary. A hermit. Isolated. What other words can we do? Get this thesaurus going. Because if it does well, you could do a Europe tour. I would love to travel through Europe. Yeah. Yeah. Jerry, you love everything you do. That's awesome. That's awesome. Jerry says, how do your stream in a van? I'm going to try to basically keep doing the looping show in the van, but it's going to be obviously a much smaller space. But I've designed something that theoretically is going to allow me to start shows outside, standing up, sort of pull my desk out of the van and stand up outside, and then once it gets dark, shift inside of the van. That's my hope to do. but it's very possible that, I mean, the internet's a huge variable. So streaming outside only makes sense if there's something interesting to look at least a little interesting, right? And there's a possibility that there'll be a lot of times where I'll be at a really beautiful place camping, but then I'll have to drive down to the highway to do a show where there's a cell tower. Unless I can figure out a way to make Starlink work really reliably. I'm hopeful, but most people have a lot of trouble streaming on Starlink. Okay. Wow, there's a long time in between songs. In fairness, I have a migraine. So I'm really moving slow. Oh, thanks, Goa. Thanks, Goa. Well, I'm hoping that more people are interested once there's a good background. That's what I'm hoping. Yeah, Jerry, the internet's very complicated. I mean, I'm going to have every single cell phone provider, and I have this crazy modem which I dropped today. I wanted to cry. I haven't. I mean, I'm sure it's fine. I didn't drop it. It slid off this onto the carpet, so it didn't fall very far. But this modem, you can put 4 different SIM cards in, and you can plug in Ethernet, and it can take. Well, you can only do 2 SIM cards at a time in here, but there's 4 slots, so it's pretty crazy. But still, if there's no towers, there's no towers. You gotta have a good tower. Okay, here we go. Time to etc. Finally. Finally. Wow. Okay, sorry. It took so long. Thank you. Thanks for those calps. Doug says BPM 136. Okay. Just copying this range. Titles, we have Bad Backs and Hammering in My Head. Perfectly Blue Fire Truck. Rose and Head Splitter. And then one more. Staffy Pillars of Glass. Let me show out some of the titles. Here, Papaya is here with Industrial Jungle. Mr. Unreasonable Moonlit Nightshade. Mutie. Move cursor, move cursor. I think the room is bugged. Follow the tracers. Jazz hands. Hello from Jeff Monsoon. Staffy Glazing Saddles. Koa DIY Cheese Factory. Perfectly Blue. Base Face. Rosen Flying Fighters. Jazz Hands became Jazzalicious, and then Jazzy. Meaty Makes Me Lose Bingo became We Don't Need to Multiply. We Don't Need to Multiply. Staff became Staff Traction. I think the room was Bug became Rust Bug. Oh, whoops. Okay. ETC Sims is venue badly still a thing? I think so. I think unfortunately Badleys might stop working in about 3 weeks. I got some I've been getting warnings for months that they're changing some way they're doing the API, and I don't know when I'll have time to fix it. Favorite cheese, Moody says. Well, the API is changing on October 3rd, so there may be an outage for some time. Jazz says, want some help? I don't even know how to ask for the help, basically. I can't think about. I'm not going to be able to think about it till then, and then I have to figure out exactly how I'm even using the API. And but yeah, if there's a way that's, I'll ask if there's a way. Yeah. I mean, it could be just somebody, you, Jazzy, or somebody just figuring out what's involved in connecting to the Google Translate API with whatever new way they do it. Whoops. I need to end the poll first. Also, Staffy's 3,650th request. The Bax has named it Hammering in My Head. Yeah, thanks, Jazzy. With APIs, it's making that initial connection. That's the challenge. And then once you've established that connection, it's and they're changing that connection type or something. So you have to reauthorize. Man, my voice is almost gone. It's slowly disappearing over the course of the show. We got one more though. Have ever done heart hands? I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe as a joke on stream. I've never done, I don't think I've ever done sort of sincere hard hands. I don't know if I could do it sincerely, you know? I think it would feel too contrived for me to do it. It's just not my style. I mean, I've seen people do hard hands and it was sweet. I don't think me doing it would, I don't think I could do it. Oh, favorite cheese. Yeah, I don't know if I have enough cheese experience to have a favorite cheese. Koa says, what about dabs? I've done a dab on stream. I mean, a dab, I don't know what the emotion is behind a dab. Is that sort of, what's the emotion behind a dab? Unless it's this thing, right? Sort of something like that. He says, oh, this is a multiple cheese. Oh boy, okay. Let's see. How about, can I combine the dab and the heart hands? Is that how I have to bring, when you dab, you have to, that doesn't really work, does it? But if you go like that, is that, can I, there we go. The dab hearts. Yeah, it's safe travels, Jazzy. Goes as the younger version of swiping dust. Oh yeah. Oh, is it more like what Usain Bolt does? I thought that was dabbing. Is that they're different? Yeah, I don't know then. I've definitely seen Usain Bolt do his thing, so I'm probably you're right. It's probably what I'm copying. Oh, you know what? I think we're gonna do I think we do 4 on the floor on this too. Oh, these have to move. That's why it sounds weird. These have to move up. There we go. Why am I forgetting? He says you have to kind of hide your face and your inner elbow. Like, oh, right. That's right. Yeah, Usain Bolt is... Yeah, that's right. Subtle difference, right? I was not on the screen, right? This in a black hole. I love the sound. Soda bubbles. Fair to Midland. That's a big sound. Don't murder Jenkins. Rojan, should I switch to a cosplay? Should I just do cosplay and do hearts? That could be my new thing on Twitch. Total rebrand. Total rebrand. I'll cosplay as Pokemon characters. Jeff Axe's ETC body paint. Beauty. Realizes that might actually be fun to try. Yeah, nah, I'm not into costumes unless it's part of fiction, right? You know, I've talked about this many times. I'm not into Halloween. I'm not into Burning Man because it's for that same reason. I don't know what it is. It's just costumes in real life I'm not really into. I mean, I enjoy other people do. Again, this is just my own thing. I enjoy other people. When other people are being creative, enjoying their thing, I love it. But for myself, I like a clear delineation between reality and creativity, fantasy. I don't know why. I don't know where that comes from. I've been like that forever. So, you know, I'll do costumes on Tommy Pneumatic, but in everyday life, I'd be fine being invisible. It's in this poll. Rosen says not into costumes, wears costumes for characters. Well, again, that's the difference. For me, there's reality and there's fiction. And I don't like to blur the line. Although on this show, all the Tubi stuff is essentially blurring the line, I suppose. But not really, because it's obviously not real. Title inspires, sure. Beauty. This is Pokemon are real. You could do it. Well, I would dress as Pokemon if I was creating a Pokemon story, right? But I wouldn't dress as Pokemon and then do a normal show. Or just go out in the world. Title inspire. How about, we're talking about costumes, things related to clothing, changing your appearance, dressing up, dressing down, dressing sideways. Oh, Moody Tuesday. How about for Moody Tuesday, high fashion? High fashion. You know, experimental fashion. What? Find an image of, or any kind of fashion. It could be, you could be in a cardigan and slacks kind of mood. Find an image of fashion related to fashion or clothing that best suits your current frame of mind. Best matches your state of mind. Codename sound, Sandworm Sound Waves. Yeah, I wonder what it is at the root of me, why I don't like that. I don't like marching band. I hated marching band. I don't like musicals for the most part. I like a lot of songs from musicals. There's amazing songs in them, and I've played many. You know, so much music in the 20s and 30s and 40s, jazz music was taking songs from musicals. I don't like biopics. I don't like fictional versions of history. I can enjoy fiction that is set in historical periods, but where the main plot is purely fictional. But I'm not going to be interested in a book that's historical fiction about Louis the 14th or something. Yeah. If I could figure this out, I could probably figure out a lot of my issues. What? Why do I need these clear divisions between things? What's up with that? I'm sure there's some exceptions. I suppose singing with lyrics for me is an exception, because I really didn't like doing it for a long time. But here's the paradox. I could tell a short story where one of the characters is filming a biopic, or one of the characters that is a marching band, and then I have no problem with it. Okay, here we go. Rose, I might have an answer, because some things sound like me. Yeah, I think it's probably some sort of goes as biopics are not supposed to be fiction, though. It should be based on facts. It's just a bit more freedom. I think the reason I don't like biopics, and again, this is personal. If other people love them, I'm glad they love them. I'm glad they make them. Right? It's just me. It feels like trying to force reality into a story, and I don't think people's lives. I don't know. I think that y'all have heard me rant about truth is stranger than fiction, right? And I say no, it never. It fundamentally isn't. Because whatever your truth is that's stranger than fiction, give me 2 seconds and I'll make it stranger by making it fictional. You know? I guess I just really like how art and creation is not reality, right? It's a place, I feel like it's this place that we can go to. Not as an escape. I mean, sometimes as an escape, but as to be in a different place, right? To get to experience, I don't know. And for me, when you try to blend them, it makes them feel less intense, less powerful, less all over. I think I can suspend my disbelief with fiction. And it just, you're seeing me think aloud, so I'm very halting in my speech right now. A biopic, I can't suspend my disbelief in the same way, because it's this insertion of reality that I know it's not real. Whereas, in other words, it's easier for me to suspend my disbelief watching a movie about dolphins that live in outer space and speak Greek than it is for me to suspend my disbelief watching a biopic about Kennedy. If that makes any sense. I don't know what I'm saying. Rose, as if you're cheapening the history of the person who is truly alive. No, it's that you're cheapening the fiction. Right? My loyalty is to the fiction, not to the bio part. That's what I feel the protective of. I feel protective of fiction. Yeah. Because how can you know life's not a story if you haven't seen the ending yet? But here's the paradox, or not a paradox, but if I didn't know, say it's a historical film about something that really happened, and I didn't know that it was based on reality, I might love it. That shows the cracks in my... Okay, here we go. Enough talking. Time to etceterate. Thanks for those scalps. Titles. Big Child, loyalty to the fiction. Koa sinking neutrons. Staff traction. I tried to put truth on a page. I like that one. I knew we put cheer up, sad heart, but we'll put up. I tried to put truth on a page. One more. I think. Oh yeah, I was doing poetry on Tommy Pneumatic. That's right. Let's see. And dugDbug with elasticity. Hey, Hug Queen. Oh yeah, we were talking about it before the song. I like a lot of documentaries. Although I do go into documentaries with some suspicion always, because I know that documentaries will exploit certain fiction techniques. But yeah, I like documentaries. I mean, not all, but Chad, what's your favorite kind of film? Do you have a favorite type or genre? Doug likes Western. I like Westerns a lot too, Doug. Yeah. I don't know that I've seen that many. I really like them though. There's just something, something about the literal West and, the Western part of the world, which I'm in. There's just something. There's something. I feel like the landscape of the Southwest, especially, it can be it's simultaneously epic and lonely. There's something very lonely about it, which just fits with the Western, with that idea that the lonesome cowboy, lone cowboy. Although lonesome cowboy's a different thing. But blues is action comedy. Yeah, I like that too. I like almost everything. I feel like in film, there's not, with the exception of musicals. Big Jazz's fiction. Jazz's favorite kind of film is 35mm. So much better than 8mm. Big Chalice is science fiction. How Queen likes horror. That's one that horror, I almost never seek it out. But the ones that I've watched, some of the ones I've watched I've really enjoyed, but it's always somebody else wants to watch it. With the exception of zombies. Like I definitely like zombie stuff, but I don't think of it as horror, classic horror. Most zombie stuff. It just feels very. But I saw some of those more stylized modern horror movies. A friend of mine really liked them. This was a while ago. I can't remember the names, but I enjoyed it. Colorless is drama and sci-fi. Mr. Unreasonable sci-fi. Yeah, I love sci-fi. Stabs, I like the ones that seem like you know what's going on until you don't. Mind benders, yeah. Sort of psychological thrillers, that kind of stuff, too. He says horror, sci-fi, crime, thriller, art house. Wait, at the end of the list, a mandatory rom-com I have to watch. I can really enjoy rom-coms too. Almost every genre. I suspend disbelief really easily. I get invested, But that's, again, it's a trade-off, right? I'm able to suspend my disbelief entirely most of the time when I'm watching a film, but I can only really do it once. So I generally don't watch anything more than once. But yeah, my example of my ability to suspend my disbelief is I got teary-eyed in a Caddyshack. Because there's a subplot of not one of the sort of comic characters, really. If I recall, there's like a teenage kid who's a caddy, and he's just a normal kid. He's not one of the comic characters. And I think he cheats on his girlfriend or something. I don't know. And I can't remember. It was decades ago I saw it. I might be confusing movies, but I feel like she got emotional, and I felt it. I felt it too. Even though it's bookended probably by Bill Murray and Chevy Chase and Rodney Dangerfield being being, being themselves. Ghost is the Witch is one of the best and probably the most beautiful horror films I've seen. Just the atmosphere. Oh, Blue, yeah, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. I remember seeing that with. Oh, that was a fun movie. I feel like I saw it with a bunch of friends. Yeah, that was so fun. I didn't play any instruments, Rosen. So Meaty likes art house. I was definitely exposed to a lot of art house when I was younger, because I was friends with a lot of people doing film, and I often like art house type things, experimental, but I often don't choose to watch it because it just takes more work. I often, not all, but it takes more work for me to But that's the thing about work is work, and you can feel like not doing it, but then when you do it, it feels great. But Loses Rodney Dangerfield makes me tear up too, only I'm crying that way. He's got such a style. Yeah, that did not sound very intelligent. He has such a style. But yeah, Rodney. There's just the way he's moving the whole he's just got this. There's a physicality. Blues in his facial expressions, yeah. Yeah. Do you think his face is the inspiration for The Simpsons? Doesn't his face remind you of a Simpsons face? His eyes are just I just when I envision him in my mind, and I know it's exaggerated, but it just feels like his eyes are just gigantic, bugging out half the time, He said, I don't mind putting in time in a movie as long as the director has done the same. I like experimental stuff, but don't like be all experimental for sake of being edgy. Stop shaking a camera because you can't write a good emotional scene. It's hard, it's weird. Art house, it's such, what does it mean exactly? It's this vague thing. One of my favorite films is Black Cat, White Cat. And I think that might be considered, I don't know if that's considered art house. I think the director is considered, Kosterica, I don't know how to say the name. It's a Serbian director. Emir Kosterica. Does anyone know who I'm talking about? Black Hat White. Is that considered art film? I feel like there's a lot of films that are sort of right on the line, like something like Delicatessen feels like accessible to a mainstream audience, but I feel like they're very inspired by a lot of more experimental stuff. Has anyone seen a Delicatessen? The guys who did Delicatessen, they did City of Lost Children, which I like a lot too. It's been 20 years since I've seen it though, probably. I think one of them went on to do Amelie, right? Or am I confusing? Juno and Caro. That's the director. Yeah. They were animators, weren't they? Am I misremembering that? It's just Delicatessen and City of Lost Children, they're so visual. Every shot feels almost like a painting. There's just so much went into the... Oh, it's beautiful. I'm looking at the Wikipedia page and it's talking about Delicatessen. It says, not all reviews were positive, with the New York Times saying its last half hour is devoted chiefly to letting the characters wreck the sets. And quite literally becomes a washout when the bathtub overflows. You've never seen The Fall? I don't know. It's a wonderful movie about a man telling his story to a child, but the story carries a man's emotion with them. It's a roller coaster of character development. You as a storyteller should watch the movie. I cried during the movie, but I won't admit it. The Fall. First thing that pops up is a Gillian Anderson TV show. I don't think that's what it is. I've never heard about this movie. Huh. Yeah, I would love to watch it at some point. Okay, we recommended The Fall. Colors is still entertaining, but with art house elements. I love that, as you say. It makes it accessible to a mainstream audience. Yeah, what are other films in that category? He says it's one of the best cinematography I've ever seen in his comic book lover, movie lover. Which category, Staffy? Oh, just movies that are right on the edge, right between sort of art house and mainstream, you know? I mean, I think a lot of the Coen brothers, I mean, they're not, it's almost like they're a third category, because I don't know if I'd really call it art house, but they have such a queer aesthetic, you know, that Wes Anderson, some of his stuff has, I feel like, has that sort of art house a little bit in it. I'm not a film theorist by any stretch. So, although I did take a couple classes, I don't remember much. Coa's homily for sure. Coa's Witch is one of them. I need to watch more sort of 1970s films, because I haven't seen that many, but the ones that I've seen I love. You know, Midnight Cowboy, I love that. What else from that era? Coa says Jojo Rabbit. Oh yeah. He's really comes from an artsy experimental background that I haven't seen Jojo Rabbit, but I've seen his other stuff he's done. Forget his name. What's the director's name? Stabby says seen Star Wars. Right. Go Tyke, yeah. Right. Because he's involved in the What We Do in the Shadows, right? Didn't he create that show? And I feel like that show there's that it's almost like the way I define art house is I think about kids I went to school with in the art department, and I think, would they have liked this? Right? So I think, would they have liked The Office? No. Would they like What We Do in the Shadows? Yes. Yeah. That's how I figure it out. That's how I define art house, is by who likes it. Uses The House that Jack Built is a brief movie I saw, which is a narrative of a serial murderer. I think you meant murderer, right? But I'm imagining a serial murderer. There's got to be a cartoon, a comic or somebody who's done that already. Serial murderer. He just goes up to people and murmurs and they can't understand him. What are you saying? Speak up. Enunciate. And they never, and it's so frustrating because it feels like it must be important, but you can't understand him. And he just does this to everybody. It ruins people's days. Or no, maybe he jumps from jobs. You know, it's jobs where you need to understand. What would be a job? He's like one day he's a, I don't know, a judge. You know, can you imagine? Or a doctor. It's like you go in because you'd badly hurt yourself, and the doctor's instructing you what to do. The serial murmur. Oh, Bruce's serial murmur on Seinfeld. Jerry breaks up with the girl because he can never hear what she says. Did they call her a serial murmurer? Did you mean to write that, Beauty, or was that a mistype? The House That Jack Built. You haven't heard it. I respect any movie that abandons convention for storytelling. The House That Jack Built. This sounds like an idea for a story. Although I'm sort of thinking of mumbling, right, more than murmuring. Mumbling is more what I... Well, no, murmur, a low, indistinct, continuous sound. Indistinct, whispered, confidential. Yeah, mutter. I guess it works. Yeah, serial. He says, yeah, I did it on purpose. Oh, I know kids might be watching. Oh, right. And then I went ahead and said what you... Said this poem. Oh, let me shout out some titles. Sabertooth Huey with My Tardiness is Important. Mr. Unreasonable. Chromatography Photography. We don't need to multiply with moccasins of the father. Rustbug, Jeans and Franks. Jazzy, Watering My Pants. Rosen, Jeans Ripper. Big Child, Nurtured by Fiction. Koa, Unfazed by Reality. Staff Traction, Poultry Prom. Bad Backs Pirate Shirted. Speaking of art house, didn't Godard passed away. I don't know that I've really watched much Godard. I vaguely remember watching some in college with a friend, and it did not really resonate, but I should watch it now. I'd probably love it. Chow, what's your favorite action movie? He's more of a Jacques Tati. Did he do the balloon? Is that the one? Did he do the... Who did that? The red balloon, is that? No, that's... Maurice. Blue says Memento. Yeah, I remember that, watching that. I mean, when I say I remember watching it, I remember the experience of watching it, as opposed to just remembering the movie. I just remember that first time. Although I think I've only seen it once, so. I think my favorite action movie, the first things that pops into my head is District, what is it? The first movie with, was it? It's a French film. Yeah, District B13. With David Bell, the parkour guy. I'd never seen parkour before, and watching that movie. Have any of you seen District B13? David Bell, French. It's got some of the most intense action sequences I've ever seen. He says Fifth Element. Oh yeah, that's great. Oh, speaking of Bandcamp, those should be up, well, not today's show, but The last 4 shows should be up in the next day or so. I'm halfway done. Fifth Element. That's a fun movie. You know, if I could wave a magic wand, I would prefer, honestly, I would prefer that instead of having just the insane number of TV shows we have now, I'd prefer having some more good movies, I think. I think there's just something really satisfying about an experience that's in a short, compressed period of time, but enough, but not short like a TikTok, you know, but an hour and a half that is cohesive, has a beginning, middle, and end. I love, all the innovation and storytelling we've gotten from sort of, all these TV shows, but the sort of even both the binging or the sort of drawn out, you gotta wait a week or then you gotta wait 6 months for the next season. Well, I still haven't entered the poll. ETC Sim, I don't think I've seen Cocoon. You recommend it? Rose, is there any van news? No big news. Everything's just day to day right now. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the aluminum. And it's Big Child. Big Child's named it Loyalty to the Fiction. Thank you, Big Child. Oh. Another thing I would like there to be more of is what's that? The Netflix show? It's Love, Death, and Robots. Oh, there's 3 seasons now. I guess there is more of it. E.T. Sim says, I have such a good feeling about the movie, I'm afraid to rewatch it. Because you were thinking of a short from that? What name of the last song? Yeah, when I lived in Boston, one of my favorite things is every year this festival of animation would come to town. And they'd play it at the art department and stuff. And it'd be, man, my voice. There'd be things that might be a minute long, 10 minutes long, and you just get to see a whole bunch of stuff. And I I just love the variety of animation styles. And because they're short, it's often one person or a couple of people doing it. And so you have such a clear point of view that's distinct. Yeah. He says, give me some Black Mirror any day. I love sci-fi that changes just one thing and the whole world becomes a dystopia. Something simple like no more paper and the world is so different, so scary. Yeah. I've loved the ones that I've seen, but I'm not, it's so dark. I don't feel this compulsion to see any more, even though they're really good. Just like I can't deal with this right now, you know. There's a toilet paper episode of Black Mirror. Is there actually? Ghost is Kubo and the Two Strings, something I'd recommend. Okay, let's see. What else? I was gonna write down Cocoon. Koa, Kubo, and the Two Strings. He says, no, there's I gave papers example, Rosen turned it at TV. Let's see. The good thing is I'm feeling a little better. It was after that song or the previous one. I actually took some medicine. I try not to take it very often because it becomes less effective and so I have to be really careful how often I use it. But it warranted it. Is this true? Am I making this up that in a lot of places in the world you shake with your left hand because what your right hand is, the job your right hand has? Someone told me that. I don't know if that's true. What is it? Koa's birthday? What'd I miss? Koa's getting... I see all these cupcakes. Well, you can ask me now, Rosa. That's easy. I take something called sumatriptan. I went years before finding out about it. Although I didn't, it's only in recent years that it's gotten a lot worse, but yeah, until I found that medication, my only solution was intense physical activity, which is getting harder as I get older to do. So it's nice to have a solution in the form of a pill. Yeah, sumatriptan. It's not over the counter. You're gonna have to get a prescription for it. And you might have to play around with dosage for it to be effective. But yeah, they don't like giving you a lot of pills. That's the other reason why I try to be disciplined about it because. Says I recently only just switched to Triptan. Ibuprofen used to do the job if the migraine was only just starting. Yeah. Let's see our show. Live from here today, gone tomorrow. Because if you would endorse them, maybe they would give you more merch. Yeah, I don't know if I could endorse them. At least for myself, I know that lifestyle changes would obviate the need for it, probably for the most part. So it's hard to fully recommend something that, at least for myself, doesn't have to be necessary. Let's see. But that being said, I know there are many, many, many people who a lifestyle change would not make a difference. Let's see. It says, thank you for answering. I don't think I've heard of that medication. Excedrin has been a go-to, but Nurtec has become a quick go-to. Yeah, it's getting, well, the mic was further away and my voice is it literally feels like my throat. Y'all remember Star Wars, the original Star Wars, when they're in the trash compactor? It feels like the walls of my throat are closing in. Let's do our thank yous. Thank you to Tubi. Thanks to the big donation from Doug. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're winding down, Spazify. Thanks to Jerry for the cheers. He said, take no medicine, no matter the pain. My body's a sponge for chemicals. And I was really young when they gave me really strong painkillers. Pain I can handle, addiction I can't. Yeah, absolutely. Got to be really, really careful. Really careful. We got some gifted subs. Big shout out to Koa, Muty, to Mr. Unreasonable. 32 months for back, 65 for Blue, 49 for OC Iron, 65 for Mr. Robert, 17 for Nerf Termer. Oh yeah, sorry Spazify. But it's good to see you. It's good to see you right now. I'll be back on Saturday. Thanks, Star Lurkers and Chatters. Always great, Spazify, yeah. I talked way too much per usual, but we did get 4 songs in, still. These 16 names you see on screen, how their name recurred, tour name, venue name, one of our songs, made a request in one of the songs. Should I do the whisper? We featured Chuggy, ETC Sim, GD Bill, I Want a Big Child, Jazzy, JerryBanfield, Manofplate, Miss Robert, Perfectly Blue, Pierre, TV, dugDbug, Staff Traction, The Bad Bags, Type of Queen Rose, and We Don't Need to Multiply, Wow Wow Soda. my whisper is louder than my voice. How is that possible? How is my whisper louder? Was it louder? In my headphones it sounded louder. Kinda. I mean, I was a little closer, but still. The shout whisper. Shout. Shout. Let it all out. I had to ship the aluminum ground. The shipping it like overnight was thousands of dollars. If I remember, it was crazy to ship it overnight. He says, could it be your voice was joyful and whispering because you didn't have to strain yourself? Let's see. Well, when you whisper, you're not really using your vocal cords, right? Are you? I don't know. Does anyone know? When you're whispering, are you using your vocal cords? Or are you just projecting air and shaping it with your lips and your tongue? Does anyone know? Oh no, are we switching to a ASMR stream? Oh, here's something, I don't know, will this work? I should do an ASMR stream where all I do is say ASMR over and over again. Sort of like The Office when Michael and Dwight run around shouting parkour. Parkour. I've never seen the episode, I've just seen the meme. But just, yeah, for like 4 hours. ASMR. ASMR. Not a good idea. If I had infinite time, I would do stuff like that. You know? For sure. If I had infinite time, that's where all my art house stuff would come out, you know? 24 hours of me opening a door to see if there's anything behind it, but there isn't. And then I close it. I open it again. Is there something behind it? No, there isn't, so I close it again. For 24 hours. I really appreciate some of that experimental stuff, even though it can get excruciating to watch. But I had a lot of friends who were involved in that. So he says, when you do ASMR, I have the same face I have when I eat vegetables. I wonder, it feels like a challenge. I got to find a way to create ASMR that Muty likes. Chat, do you have any ideas of what would be ASMR that Muti would like? Davy says pun ASMR. Give us some ASMR puns, chat. Muty too. What are some ASMR puns? ASMR. Rose is the sound of skateboard wheels rolling. Oh yeah. Yeah. Muty, wouldn't that be satisfying to listen to? Well, no, you'd probably want to be on the skateboard, right? Staffy ASM arm wrestle. So good. ASM armed robbery. Oh, this could be a sketch, Stabby. You know, they rob a bank. This is a robbery. Everybody get down on the ground. Nobody move. I want a bag of unmarked bills. Don't put any dye packets in there. An ASMR auction. Do I hear $1, $2, $3? No, that's not that good. Stabby says flip the bills like you did with a notebook. There's got ASMR. ASMR. I feel like ASMR robbery. Let's see. I'm just Googling it. Yeah. Staffy, I think you just came up with. You should write for SNL. I think that would work best with a whole cast. You know, I don't know that I could do it as one person very well. I think it could be such a funny sketch. ASMR armed robbery. And then you've got the ASMR, you know, the famous SNL pirate sketch where they're at a convention and they're all, you know, ASMR but with pirates. Or maybe it's that it's like a pirate that's trying to do ASMR, but whenever they get to the R part, they cannot help but go R. You know, so they're like, are you ready today for some ASMR? My voice isn't there to do the dynamic difference, right? It needs to be whisper and then really loud to be funny. Rough Case. Rough Case is a smart play-by-play sports announcer. Bartholomew forward for the Madagascar Pelicans runs down the field. It's an open field. The defenders are I don't know football, soccer well enough to. He gets to the goal. He takes a left footer, and it's a goal. Okay, we've talked about it enough. I'm gonna write it down. Maybe we'll do an episode. It'll just be one episode where there's periodic things of ASMR. I think that's the way to do it. One episode, just super short stuff. Okay, I'm writing it down. What were the ideas we have to do it? Well, I'll just Google what day is it. I'll just look in our chat if I ever do it. Okay, ASMR. Look in ETC Kid chat history for September 13th for ideas. Room chat. Rosie, can you do the falsetto pirate in ASMR? Oh, did I do a falsetto pirate? I don't think you even have falsetto right now. Oh, there, I barely have it. We use this ASMR arcade where you play a game but the sound effects are all ASMR, like Pac-Man, but it's whispers. So I was just imagining how to do a live action Pac-Man. There's a problem is I love coming up with these ideas with y'all, but then I also know that bringing some of these ideas to life would take so much work, so much time, and in many cases a budget, a film crew. And I don't really have the patience for traditional production. I've done it, right? I've been involved in, that's what I did for a while. You know, 30 people to make a 30-second ad, and it's like 16 hours. Well, and then when you can add on post-production, maybe 100 hours for 30 seconds. I love improv because I can tell a story for 30 minutes and I have a 30-minute story at the end of it. You know, the input and the output are equal. They're in harmony with each other. I like that. Stavis says that might be a way for us to help you generate ideas if we have a theme, like ASMR so skit. That's a great idea. Yeah, to give you all a theme. That's a great idea. Where should I write that down so I don't forget? I guess I could just do that in general ideas. We'll just call it themes. Give Chad a theme in advance. Brainstorm different ideas. Who are we gonna raid? The A themes. I'm gonna have a van, Beauty. Or I have a van. Yeah, I got a van. At least one time I'll have to do something where it's like intense music, right? And there's a shot of the front, you see a side shot of the van racing by, and then a front shot, and it's Tommy Pneumatic in the driver's seat, and then a shot from the ground of the brakes being slammed, so the van's skidding a little bit. And then we have, I've only got 3 doors. Well, anyway, we cut to, we did 3 different camera shots, right? First, we have the passenger side door, it opens up, and I don't know, old man Frank jumps out. And then we cut over to the driver's side, but now it's not Tommy Pneumatic, it's suddenly Penguin jumps out, and then you know, old man Frank slides open the back door, or the side door, and out jumps, I don't know, Tubi. Again, it's fun. It takes 10 seconds to list that out, but to film that, it's gonna take two hours minimum. Well, maybe, yeah, it's just costume changes, you know, and all that. It's gonna take at least 2 hours. So much work for a small idea. Staff, so we all have the same punchline, have to write different skits, the viewer to catch on for it, yeah. I had a plan, you know, we're gonna have Tubi stand up, and Tubi was gonna generate either a setup or a punchline that was weird, right? But then the challenge would be to try to write a joke that actually is funny, that makes sense with the Tubi part. I still want to do that, I think, because I think it'd be funny to have a reoccurring thing where it's like Tommy's driving and I see a brick wall, so I pull over, and then that's when Tubi does a stand-up, and front of these random brick walls. Oh, thanks, Koa. Do you do After Effects? Do you do anything like that? He's just going to have one of those Dukes of Hazzard sliding over the hood shot. There's not much of a hood. It's pretty. That'd be funny if it's like I get out of the van. We have the action characters, but they want to have that cool sliding over the hood. But he's just like, he just has to push. He just has to walk because there's no angle, so he has to sort of shimmy across it. Let's see. You do videography and editing? It could be, it could be cool, Koa, and just for, I have to figure out the legal stuff. The legal side always really stresses me out. But if I can get past the legal issues, what would be awesome is y'all live all over the world, and there's a bunch of you of film experience, who could get some very specific B-roll, footage that I could splice into something, or I could even use with a green screen or something. That could be really cool. I did a video, a commercial once many years ago, and I hired this filmmaker in, I don't know, Eastern Europe or something, who drones were only starting to be a thing. They weren't that common yet at this time, but this guy was a drone operator, and he knew people who were drifting professionals. And so we had these very specific shapes we wanted created, which I won't say because I don't want to get into who I was working for, but yeah, they had this drone and they were filming this guy drifting, creating these different shapes that we wanted. It was cool. Because what do you mean the legal part of the we allow and use the footage? Yeah, to be really legit, I would need to have my name on the contract, and that's the main. There's two things that I'm wary of. I'm always careful. Is that if I'm not paying somebody, that from a legal point of view, there's the risk that, and I don't think you would do this, Koa, right? But you never know. When lots of people are doing stuff that somebody tries to cut a corner, somebody gives you something, they say they shot it, but they didn't, right? That's a real big problem. And the other issue is if I am being legit about it, and I'm putting together a contract, then it means I have to put my name on it. And I'm still trying to, as long as I can, trying to keep, just for my own safety, just keeping my legal name not public. Now, I could create a shell company or something, but even doing that, you sort of need lawyers who can put their names on the shell company. So I don't know. If I was not having to post on YouTube, right? If I was just posting on my own platform, then there'd be almost zero risk. And even posting on YouTube, the risk is very, very small because I'm not prominent, but I've had issues with audio, right? It's not me being paranoid. I've had issues before. Roses, I'm not sure you mean about. I mean, any nitpickers will always have a role if there's time, and there are people who want to do it. Yeah, because it would be. I mean, nitpickers would be looking at the final drafts, of whatever, not what the raw material people are sending to me, but whatever I'm about to put on YouTube is what nitpickers are going to look at. Yeah. Goes, what about a place to upload where you have to agree to terms and allow it to be used? It's still the challenge is that there's the risk that somebody uploads something that they don't own and they pass it off as their own. So I just couldn't afford it. There's something called errors and omissions. I think is what it's called, or there's another one. There's basically special insurance policies where to protect you from that. And so a big, a movie studio or a TV station, they're going to have these policies that will protect them from the chance that they roll footage that they think they have the rights to, but they don't. But that's very expensive insurance. And so it's a bit of a catch-22 kind of thing where if I had the money to, well, it's not a catch-22. If I had the money to have errors and omissions, I would pay everybody. I wouldn't take stuff for free. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. I think now, because I am not making money really, I feel okay about not being able to pay. But there'd be this sort of awkward middle period where I might have enough money to do errors and omissions, but not enough to pay people. I don't know. But I keep thinking about it, Koa. I mean, it's been something I've sort of struggled with in a lot of different respects over the course of this show, because obviously I love the idea of collaborating, of creating ways for y'all to contribute, different things, and but I have, I'm a little paranoid about legal stuff related to creativity. Right, Koa. The thing is that, let's say, here's it. Let's say somebody in chat is well-meaning, or I start doing this and somebody sends me footage that's actually from a movie. And they think it's not a big deal. They think, oh, no one's seen this movie, no one's going to care. And I think it's really cool, or they just won't think it through, right? And nobody catches it until it's on YouTube. It doesn't matter if they sign something if they have no resources. If somebody's going to sue, they're going to get paid, right? And they're going to sue who they can get money from. So unless the person that gave me the footage has a lot of money and I can sue them, which I never would want to do, right? That's where all the anxiety about this comes from. I never want to be in a position, one, where I'm getting sued, or two, I am in a situation where if I don't sue somebody else, I will be really in trouble. So that's the hesitation, And part of it, I came from doing. I'd probably be more chill about the whole thing if I had never worked professionally in film, where you do contracts for everything, you get signed releases for everything, So that's sort of the challenge. But I don't know. I'm still thinking about it, and there's a lot more opportunities in terms of the video than there was in music. I think that are good opportunities. So I'll keep thinking about it and see if there's something I can come up with that I feel comfortable with. I mean, I feel most comfortable if I'm paying, because then I can have a contract, you know. It's hard to really have a legit contract when someone's not getting paid. Oh, and Staffy, good night, Staffy. He says, how long ago was the film thing? Times are changing, times changing. YouTube changed the gate rules with licensing ownership. Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, the bigger concern than getting sued is losing is getting copyright strikes on YouTube, right? Because YouTube does visual matches now. I've mentioned that I have all these videos. It's like 40 shows that I've uploaded to YouTube that are demonetized technically. Now, I'm not a partner anyway, so, and no one really watches the shows, almost nobody, so it doesn't matter. But it's still, these shows, the reason they've been demonetized is because I have public domain footage of Harold Lloyd or something when I do one of those soundtracks. Somebody used that footage in a documentary. They submitted the documentary to Visual ID or whatever the system is called. And so probably most of that documentary is legit to be copyrighted, so to speak. But that there's those public domain parts that are not legit, but they never specified. And so all my videos have been flagged. So the fact that, and we've had issues where Beeple or light show stuff has gotten flagged. That's Beeple footage, and Beeple has given all this stuff as public domain, but then people put it in their own videos, and I think it's not always that someone's trying to take advantage of the system. Sometimes it might be a 2-hour documentary and they just didn't even think about the fact that this 3-second thing is going to also be copyrighted, right? So it's not always nefarious. I think often it is, as I've ranted about, but it also sometimes is just, you know, it's probably the original filmmaker's not even the one submitting it. It's just a company who's submitting like 1,000 films at once, you know? And so nobody's going through it vetting everything. But I'd say in some ways I'm even more paranoid than before because of my Discord experience, right? Where I lost my Discord account and I had no recourse whatsoever. And so, you know, I mean, at this moment in time, if I were to lose the Twitch account, it's honestly not a big deal because of where I'm at. But, you know, like 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago, if I lost the Twitch account, it would have been devastating, right? I mean, it would just be, that's it, you know. I think one idea I had at one point is basically somebody actually posting the footage themselves under the Creative Commons license. You know, so that it's sort of been publicly released. I don't know, but yeah, I'll keep thinking about it. Okay, who are we gonna raid? I think it would also be a lot less of a, I think if I weren't making a, if I had another way to make a living, and there was no, so anything that happened would be fine, I think I'd be a lot more open to taking risks, you know, with this kind of stuff overall. Because we don't need a media supply. Can't we have an ETC foundation? Goes as Fiverr, we can sell it on Fiverr. Yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, there's still that risk that somebody, unless, I mean, the only way I can be 100% confident that it's original, right, is if I give very specific direction, where the odds of somebody being able to create that, find it, is very low. And then if they do it on Fiverr. In other words, if I said, I want some footage of the Alps, but if I say I want some footage of the Alps where you have a person dressed up as a koala bear running around in the snow on the Alps, right, the odds of someone else having done that is almost zero. So, yeah. And then with Fiverr, where they give you full ownership over whatever is created, that is an option, yeah. That could be an option. Although Fiverr, I still have to put my name on, if I recall. Or maybe, I can't remember. Who are we gonna raid? Let's raid this DJ. I don't know what they're spinning. We'll find out. It says Freak Recordings. Roses could use a pen name for certain things regarding legalities. No, you need to use your legal name. Yeah. I mean, you can use a business name, right? But the thing is, with a business name, you still have to register the business. And the business is going to have officers of the corporation. So that gives away, and you need an address. You need a public address usually. Unless you're going to have a shell company of some sort. But even, I mean, you can create, this is what wealthy people do to sort of work around regulations, to protect money from taxes and avoid taxes, is they'll create these extremely complex Byzantine setups where you've got so many companies owning so many companies, it's impossible to figure out. It's a nightmare to try to figure out what's going on, right? So I could do the same thing, but I would need other people to be, I mean, this was the reason I didn't want to do a Kickstarter ultimately, because it has to have a real name, and I just don't feel comfortable with that. Because I guess a lot of people already know you as etc. Can you legally change your name, change it back every month? Well, I've legally changed my name once before in my life, and it's a hassle. It's a bit of a hassle. So, if it weren't for the hassle, I would change my name all the time, But it is a hassle. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Hope you all have a great week. And that I'll see y'all on Saturday. We're going to rate this DJ, see what they're spinning. Thanks, Rosen. Okay. Thanks, Beauty. See y'all. Take care. Whoops, that didn't work.